Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Let's get into it. Before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. Don't order the channel. The traders that appear in the broadcast and affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to lastbuytrading.com so I can get you sorted. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got today. All right, so in after hours, there was a little push down, huh? So we have our 50 MA at 34 and 34.33 and the 5 at 34.71. So let's see if these cross, right? If these cross, if the 5 crosses below, we might have some more downside. In the pre-market and in after hours from pre-market, it looks like a lot of it looks like horizontal liquidity. A lot of horizontal liquidity, so it might be a supply and demand day. Is the mic? Yeah, mic's up. All right, cool. Yeah, we're gonna have to let these early candles play out. So there's probably not a lot to do in here, right? Between 27 and 31. If we can get above 32.21, we're going to look for a playoff to the 50. All right, let's see if we could we want to see if we're going to make this lick box some type of resistance. Maybe under 27.40. Damn, I don't have anything underneath that. What I do have is 25.77 to the downside. Well, let's see if we make some resistance underneath 27.40. All right, we're gonna see if we get above 29.33, if that takes us to 31.20, and then we got to see if we're just gonna chop around in here, or if we gain some strength above right here doing this, then we might have something like that. So we gotta be patient here. There's probably not a lot to do in here. So a couple things need to happen, right? We want to see, number one, if we can test this upper limit, 31.20. We want to see if we can form support here. Watch out for liquidity grab here. So like this, we want to see if we can form support, and then watch out for this, okay? Or if we could do this, this, and then this, then we're going to look for the upside to the 50. And then the downside is making 27.40 some type of resistance, right? So maybe, you know, it has to do this. Let's see who's going to win between purple and magenta here. It would have been nice if this push up would have done something like this. All right, let's say if it did something like this, and then this, that would have been nice, but didn't do that. So now we gotta wait and be patient. So we're testing the algos now, okay? Just testing. If we can break the magenta and get all the way down to 26.85, then we'll use it. Or if we can break the purple and get up to 31.20, we'll use it. Right now we're right at market open. They're building it though, right? You see it? They're building the move. So just be patient. We're going to identify the setup shortly. Yeah, we're going to find out shortly. We got to be a little bit patient. We gotta be a little bit patient. Certain things need to happen first, right? So if we break the purple and we get up to 3120, we're gonna use purple. If we break this magenta and get down to 2687, we're gonna use the magenta. So we just gotta be a little bit patient. We see purple's holding up pretty well. But this early in the game, there's probably not a lot to do inside of this range right here. This is just what it is. If you're playing inside here, this is the biggest risk. We don't have enough data really to discern any plays. We're just taking guesses now. Sometimes I guess right. All right, now let's see if they give us this right here. Gotta watch out for this. We're right back at market open, so we don't really have any data. We have our 30-minute below the water, 5-minute below the water, 1 minute below the water. All right, we need to see if this blue, if we break this blue, if we can get to 3120. Otherwise, we're just stuck in blue. Nah, I misspoke. Sorry. Blue would be for our down. Blue would be for our down. Sorry, not the up. I mean, I guess it could if we grab liquidity because it's very horizontal. Again, there's probably not a lot to do in here, right? There's probably not a lot to do in here. Certain things need to happen first. So we're still testing. So we see heavy resistance on the blue. Heavy resistance on the blue. We also see this, right? We see the resistance. So one of them's gonna win. We'll find out. Just gonna clean up the chart just a little bit. And then we see the low, higher low, higher low. So if we can make this blue some type of resistance, we're going to look for puts underneath the blue. Maybe. We'll find out. I try not to predict the stock market. I just let the price tell me. I just, you know, that's more guessing, swing trading type stuff. We day trade. So anything beyond what the price action is, minute by minute, 5 minute by 5 minute, 30 minute by 30 minute, anything beyond that, I don't know. You're talking about hours into the future. Who knows? Who knows? You might be right. Maybe. We'll find out. And if it does happen, I promise you, we'll know exactly how to get there. What I do know is one of them's gonna win. Every time it hits this blue, they push it down. Hit the blue, push it down. One of them's gonna win. I do know that. So I don't even need to think too much. And if they push it down below this blue, making this blue resistance like this, then I know what to do. And sometimes I just get lucky. Sometimes I just get lucky. All right, this path we got a couple cents to get to it. So if you took purple, if you're the risky person that took purple, go ahead and protect this trade. There we go. Easy money, right? Easy money, right? Look where the body ended. Look where Look where the path ended. We don't know past this. If it goes up, great. But we wanted to see if we break this purple, if we're going to test 31.20. Easy money. But, you know, I don't know. You might be right. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Who knows? You know, I just deal with what's in front of me, with the data that I have in front of me. And I get lucky sometimes every day. You don't either. I don't what? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I just get lucky. I just got lucky that at 9:37, I drew a path right here. At 9:37, I said, when we break this purple, we'll see if we get up here. I just got lucky. I just got lucky that before the market opened, I told everyone to, yeah, I know we're supposed to be looking for puts. However, watch out for that liquidity grab, right? Look at 625 or 925, 5 minutes before the market opened. You know, I only told everyone what was going to happen before the market opened. Oh, you don't believe me? Here, check this out. Screen share. Today, before the market opened, watch out for liquidity grab and wait for continuation. Look, I know we're supposed to be in puts. However, I gave that warning. I can only do so much. All right, now we hit the target. Figure out your life. I just get lucky every single day. It's just luck. Parlor tricks, folks. Parlor tricks. No one can actually predict the stock market. We're just using data. From here, we don't know, right? Because what we do know is we need to, I'll reiterate it, bounce around in here, watch out for the liquidity grab here, or we're going to see if we're going to do this to get to the 50. So now we got to wait. If you're waiting because we're in here, then wait for it. And the reason why we want to wait for this is because, hold on. Okay. This is why I'm the best day trader on the internet, right here. This is why. No one else is doing what I'm doing. Absolute perfection. God damn, it feels good to be a gangster sometimes. God damn. I'm not sure if it's a gangster or a nerd. I'm not sure which one. So let's see if we bounce around in here. Watch out for liquidity grab. Otherwise, we're gonna wait for this. If it shoots up without us, then it shoots up without us. Nothing you can do about that. Does everyone understand now why we don't use indicators to take a trade? Because the indicators will, not always, but I mean, We don't need the indicators. That's all I'm saying. So if you're relying on indicators, if I haven't proven to you this morning why indicators are worthless and why it's not a real thing, if I haven't proven to you by now, then I don't know what else to tell you. I was purposefully reading off the indicators. If you notice, indicators was doing exactly the opposite of my path, right? My path was like this. The indicators are telling us opposite. So we can't trade off the indicators. It just doesn't work like that. They're only telling you after the fact. We need to know ahead of time what to look out for. Purple's the one pointing down. Magenta's the one pointing up. You know what's crazy? I always make fun of I always say, if you join the Discord and you're colorblind, it's going to be rough. And then we got someone who's colorblind in the Discord. Sorry. That's kind of funny though. All right, look, we already knew there's going to be violence in here, right? We already knew that. There's no surprise. If we can make 32.21 support, then, you know, maybe we got a shot till the 50. Now it's important that, you know, we wanted to see this dance in here. That's good. We just have to watch out for the stop hunt. So if it breaks and it shoots up, nothing we can do about it. We want to have it make support here before it shoots up. If it doesn't do that, nothing we can do about it. Wait for the next setup. All right, Discord, for the downside, pay attention to your 5-minute chart. Here, look. This one right here is the purple. This one's the purple. Let me know if you see that. Let me know if you see it, Jay. Oh, okay. My bad. I had my what do you call it? All right, so that's purple. This one's our blue. This is the teal. I know it's a lot. I know it's a lot, but and this stronger one is our magenta. We're looking for maybe the 50. We're going to see if we can maybe get something out of the 50. That's the only target we have, right? But the only issue with this, it's a moving target. But you shouldn't worry about targets, right? Because that's hopefully maybe on a perfect day. You should be collecting profit if you see it until you get comfortable with an exit strategy, which I offer in the what do you call it, right? So now you need to figure out, are you willing to hold through the weak cycle? Did you already take your money? This is what you need to be figuring out. Are you waiting for the retest here and the reject? This is what you need to figure out at this point. But the entry from 32.21 to 33.24, this is a full point. So you have plenty of time, plenty of room to figure out your life. Now you need to see, are you willing to wait for the weak cycle? If this continues up, great. If not, you got to collect something. And then you learn your exit strategy. You need to figure out, are you willing to hold through the weak cycle, right? If the weak cycle takes us down here, that's reasonable. Because we knew up here, we needed to see some type of support here. Um, I have no idea what Jay. I have no idea what this is. I don't. What I will say, Jay, is, in my opinion, far too many indicators, brother. That is way too many indicators on your chart. The indicators don't work. If I haven't proven that you don't need indicators by now, I don't know what to tell you, man. That's far too many. That is so confusing. I'm not that good. Maybe you can interpret that. I have no idea what that is. That looks crazy. I thought my stuff looked crazy. That looks absolutely insane. In my opinion, I don't even know what that is. I can't even answer your question because I don't know what that is. Yeah. I'm sorry. I feel so bad because I think people look to me to know, I only know what this stuff right here. Whatever I'm doing, this is what I'm an expert in. Anything else, I have no idea. And that was, if you're trying to use that to trade off of, brother, that's not the way. You're here now. That's not the way. There's no way that's ever going to work. If that was a thing, everybody would be rich. And I honestly don't even know how to read that. It is very, in my opinion, confusing. And you being colorblind, how is that going to help you? I don't know. I don't know what that is, man. I'm sorry. I wish I could be more assistance, but I don't recommend that. That's what I can say. But, I have a different style. I have a whole different thing going on here. Maybe that works for some people. I've just never, I don't have enough experience with it to even have an opinion. But visually, we would have to sit down and you would have to explain to me what everything means because I have no idea what's going on. I'm just being honest. And I feel bad because I think people think that I know more than what I know. This is it. If it's not doing this, I don't know shit. And my main focus, my main goal here is to identify risk management. I'm identifying risk. If a certain thing happens, then we have a higher probability of the next thing happening. That's what my job is. Predicting the stock market? Nah, I can't do that. Jay's screenshot was, you know what? I don't know, because maybe it makes sense that look, I'm a 1.6 GPA. You guys are probably far more advanced than me. I just don't know how to read that. It could just be that. Like me personally, I don't know how to read that. There's just way too much going on the screen for me. Look, if you didn't already take this trade on the retest of 32.21, there's nothing I can do. You understand? Like this is good money. This is good money here. This was the easy trade. This is easy money. If you didn't already take it, there's nothing I can do. Or if you're holding, till infinitum, if you didn't already make money, there's nothing I can do. Because you got to be willing to hold to the week cycle now for if they want to get to the 50. And again, the week cycle would be, up to here. Probably somewhere up to here would be reasonable. So if they did this for the week cycle, that'll be reasonable. Another one would be probably right here, and we'll probably maybe reject off of this teal. So if we get below 28, 67, we're going to start to look the other way. So this teal probably holds a lot of liquidity. And this is why I don't need indicators. We don't need it because we already know what needs to happen. Right to the target, right? Right to the target. Look, there's nothing more I can do. I've done my job today, right? I've done my job. I have done my job. So here's the target. Past here, I don't know. We don't know. If it goes up, great. If not, we're going to be hurt. And I told everyone this morning that if this 5 crosses below the 50, expect more downside. Look what never happened. This is too easy. This is too easy. This is why I'm the best. I mean, there's nothing more I can do, right? I told everyone what was going to happen and what's most likely to happen if we get above this form support at 32.21. It's going to go most likely to the 50. All that happened, right? Everything. Every single thing I said this morning happened to perfection. That's what I'm saying. Like we all want the big moves, but we don't hold for the long time. Even though the risk, even though I'm telling you, if we get below this, we still have a chance here. We still have a chance here. If we get below a certain level, then you might want to call it. I even drew on the 5 what that level was. We're at the target. There's past here, we don't know. Now we don't know. If I wasn't perfect today, then you're gosh damn colorblind. I'm just kidding. kidding. Past this, we don't know. And it's good that we got this education, because now you kind of see like what I mean by probabilities. If this happens, then we know. If this happens here, the little shake right here, then we know. You know, we got to go level by level by level. That's all we can ask for. Anything past this, you know, then we don't know. And the reason why I said past this we don't know is because, hold on. Let me see if I accounted for this. We'll see. We gotta let it play out now. We'll see. Now we're at flexion points on the trading plan. Yeah. We're at the flexion point of the trading plan. All right, let's see how many. All right, so look, whoever's watching right now, watch this. I'm going to share the screen. Screen share. Before the market opened, okay? Look at the date, look at the time. This is Pacific Standard Time. Look for a play off the MAs. And then we have an MA here and an MA set up here. Okay? And now, look what happened. Look what happened to the MAs. So besides telling everyone what to expect and what to do, you know, there's probably nothing more I can do. I've done my job. I've done my job today. Now we need to stop allowing the red candles to dictate our trades, right? The red candles can't dictate our trades. The red candles build the liquidity we need to get us to our next level. Because you want them to stop people out in order to continue. If people don't get stopped out, or if the orders aren't filled, then it's just going to stop right there. So where we are right now, we're at a flexion point between two separate trading plans. Now we got to be patient. Now we have to wait for continuation. Very simple. I said this early this morning. I literally typed it out 5 minutes before the market opened. It's typed out. And colorblind or not, I gave the levels and I told you what was the next thing that was going to happen after these levels. We didn't need colors for that. Above 32.21, we're going to look to see if we target the 50. All that happened. So look, if I could have done something better, you know, don't be afraid to tell me. Don't be afraid to tell me if I could have done something better, or if I could have been more clear, or how I can, not just that I could have been. You got to tell me how. You can't just come with problems. You got to come with solutions. You know, maybe we can work on a solution together, but we got to identify the problem. And if me saying above 32.21, we're probably going to hit the 50, then, then we got to speak a different language. And I gave the Discord members all the keys to success before the market opened. This is why we can't trade off bias. Don't let your bias get the best of you. Don't let what should happen get the best of you. Yeah, a lot of things should happen, but this is where we are. So let's let the data drive our trades, right? We got to let the data drive our trades. Now, when you see me drawing stuff, these are just visual representations of what's going on in my head. And I'm trying to, I'm just trying to show you all what needs to happen for the next thing, to give the next thing a higher probability. That's all I'm trying to do. So I know this teal right here looks juicy for puts, but our best bet is to wait for somewhere down here. Okay? This is our best bet. If we're not going to get 100% of the play, but if you're looking for puts, it has, somewhere down here is the best bet. Okay? Unless you're gambling. If you're gambling on that inverse cup and handle that I drew, then you know where your risk needs to be. You know exactly where your stop loss needs to be. So for example, if you're looking at the trading plan and you're betting on that inverse cup and handle at the top, meaning you're calling the top. You're saying that this is the top. You know somehow that this is the top. Then your stop loss probably needs, and if you're going to buy puts on that inverse cup and handle that I have in the trading plan, your stop loss probably needs to be at, maybe somewhere around 34.67 or something like that. Or if you wait for a little bit, then we'll know. But right now, we're at the flexion point of two trading plans. We got to the destination we got to a destination. This is just a stop along the way. Now at this point, we don't know which way the railroad tracks are going to turn. Is the Roadrunner going to flatten the Coyote on this? Damn, I'm old. But you understand what I'm saying, right? We're in between two flexion points here. So your only calls from here have to be a break above, retest the 50, and reject off the 50. If you're not already in the trade. If you're holding for the week cycle, then you're holding for the week cycle. Because you know that we could just be doing this. Top of teal, bottom of teal, top of teal, bottom of teal. Until that changes, this is what we're doing. So you don't need to think any harder. You don't need to think too much. You see what's happening. Stop talking yourself out of a sweet deal. And stop trying to guess. Oh, this is the top. We'll know once we break a certain level. So you don't need to guess anymore. If you didn't take the trade, you didn't take the trade. If you're new, stop having unrealistic expectations of yourself. Or of me. Me included. I just get lucky sometimes every day. I just get lucky. So don't have these unrealistic expectations. Let's make the money. And in time, trust me, this takes time. This is not a get rich quick scheme. It's going to take time for you to to be comfortable with holding through this big red candle, thinking, oh, look at this, they found weakness here, even though I'm telling you, this has room. This has room underneath. What did I draw? Underneath here, it still has room. And it didn't even test that. So it's going to take time for you to get comfortable with that, with understanding what the risk is. And I'm telling you right now, we're not going to get 100% of the play. Maybe if someone took the risky play, you did pretty well, but right? Because the risky play was on the break of that purple right here. This was the risky play. And it was risky because we were still in the chop. It got less risky when we started dancing in here, as I said we would. It got less risky when we broke and retested right here, as I said we would. So highest amount of risk getting less, getting even less, but we got the win. So how much you win, that's on you. That's on you. It depends on how much you're willing to, or it depends on your risk tolerance. If you're holding through the weak cycle, then you're holding through the weak cycle. I give these exit strategies. All the entry and exit strategies are in the Discord. So if you didn't take, I recommend, take 25, 35, anywhere between 25 and 45 minutes. That's how long the videos are. And it should take you maybe a weekend to get through it. They're not that long. There's only 7 of them. They're not that long. Go through the videos. You have to do a little bit of work on your own. It's worth it though. It's worth it. Or you can sit in engineering school for 8 years. And then you need 5 years experience before they even give you any real money. You'd be lucky if you make 80,000 at the end of 5 years. So we don't need to guess. The answers are already given to us. It's already there. We already know what needs to happen. Stop guessing. Let me put the mascot away before he wants overtime. No overtime for you. And look, if you're calling the top here, you need to, you're going counter trend, right? So you're gonna have to play a little bit tighter. Unless you're making that bet, then hey, you're making that bet. It is a part of the trading plan, so I get it. However, the confirmation is probably a little bit lower, right? If you look at the trading plan carefully, I tell you where the confirmation is. This is too easy. Let me not say it's easy because YouTube doesn't like that. That's why they shadow ban me. And remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. No owner of the channel. The traders that appear in the broadcasting affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to the website, livespytrading.com, so I can get you sorted. I don't understand how that people aren't flooding the goddamn site by now. I was absolutely perfect all morning, and they're still like, I don't know what I should do with my life. This guy just predicted the stock market 5 minutes before the market opened. Still not enough. Dummies. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You ain't talking to me? Yes, I'm talking to you. Change the channel. No one cares. You're not hurting anybody by not watching. You're hurting yourself by not joining, stupid. Alright. So let's make this a little bit easier. Let's make this a little easier for everybody. I'm not a real big fan of these gaps here. So there's two no man's land. No man lands. Okay, I don't know how. 1.6 GPA. Leave me alone. Look, there's one right here, and there's one right here. So this is the sketch. If you took this break of teal here, you need to protect this trade, okay? If you bet on the puts, you need to start protecting your trade. Because the call entry has to be above the 50, right? Has to be above the 50 on a break and retest. So when I told you, if you're in puts, your stop needed to be a little bit above the 50. And then on the break of this teal, you need to protect your trade. Okay. Trade protected. You can't lose from here. Just don't get greedy because you're doing a counter trend play. Here we are at the no man's land. So let's see what they got here. And now we're testing this teal liquidity right here. Now we went from high above the water to at the water line. Still high above the water here. Still below the water, but in our bull cycle. So if you're waiting for puts, wait for it. Look at your 5-minute chart. Remember, we have to make sure we're not doing this. Bottom of teal, top of teal. Bottom of teal, top of teal. Remember that? Okay. Does anyone remember me saying that? If not, there's your reminder. And I know this one looks juicy, but somewhere down here would be, you know, I know we're not going to get 100% of the play, but we'll get something. This is how risk management works. Now, if you're risky, then you know, then you're doing, then you're buying calls at the bottom of teal. But if you're gonna wait for the proper setup, it's gonna be above the 50 for calls. At this point here, from where we are right now. And then if we get above the 50, measure your risk to reward to the 5. And the issue with these is these are moving targets. These are moving targets. Not ideal, but it's what we got. And if we get trapped in between the 50 and 5, call it a day. So that's probably going to take some time before we figure this part out. Now there's the waiting game. Here we go with the waiting game. All right, we're still high above the water on the 5. So a weak cycle here could keep us in a secondary liquidity like this. That's why I'm telling you to wait somewhere down here on the break of this one. So we'll be patient and wait. We're going to use our 1 minute, our 5 minute, and our 30 minute all together. So if we get 2 red candles here, that'd be reasonable. And when I'm saying reasonable, meaning we get the strong push up, 2 red candles for continuation. We'll see. We got to wait. If we get below a certain level, which I've already identified, then we'll look the other way. So now we're just waiting. We're in the uptrend. Don't fight the trend too much. We're just doing this. Top of teal, bottom of teal, top of teal. Until that changes, then there's nothing to do. Or you already know, you see what's happening. I don't even need to say it. You see it. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. This 3306 looks like some resistance right here. So let's see if they want to break this resistance. Let's see if they grab liquidity from bottom of teal to break this resistance to continue this top, bottom, to continue inside of teal. But as of right now, this teal trend looks pretty strong. we'll know there's weakness when it starts to fade like this. Until it stops doing this, it's strong. You understand? Everyone's being quiet. I don't know. Let me know if someone's paying attention, so you know, just in case if I take a break or if I have to, someone could lead the charge. Okay, cool. Cool. You understand everything? I just want to know if someone can lead the charge if I'm not here. Okay, pay attention, that's good. But what about someone with a little more XP? Okay, cool. All right, so if I'm not here or if I have to take a break or whatever and a lot of movement happens, Jones is going to lead the charge for a little bit. But he's only got a little bit of time. And we have to pay him for his efforts. I pay people with hugs. There you go, Cruz. Yep. And you know, in my opinion, this is still strong. We'll know it. We can visually see when it starts to get weak, right? You're gonna visually see it. It's gonna start to fade off like this. They're not gonna have the strength to get above the last high. I can do better. The last high. So what we could do here is, watch, let me clear this up because this is a little too supply and demandy. What I want to do is probably something like this. So look, the only reasonable call scenario is the lick box will probably line up with the 50 if we get up here. But if it doesn't, if there's some gap, then there's a gap between the 50 and the lick box is going to be sketchy. So wait till a significant break above and retest the 50, not the lick box, okay? Because what we want to look for is this. And then you have to worry about this guy right here. And then to the downside, look on your 5-minute chart, okay? It's on your 5-minute chart. You don't need to think. We'll see what the break of this purple does on your 5-minute chart. We'll see if we're heavy in purple. So yeah, you probably need to start using your 5-minute chart from here. Or we really need to start overlaying both, right? That's what we need to do, is overlay both. So this is just sideways consolidation above 32.21. I think the 5 minutes probably going to be our best bet. Usually is, right? And when I'm saying the best bet is that it looks like we're now we're doing this, right? So here's our issue. We're stuck at a key level here. We have pressure from this purple on the 5 minute. So what we need to do is watch out for a secondary liquidity forming underneath here, because we still, you know, this is still going to be our best bet somewhere down here. Okay, this hasn't changed. So this purple looks like it's holding up. So this could be a good liquidity grab if they want to break purple, maybe retest that 50. So you got to measure risk to reward if we break this purple and then overlay where the 50 is and see if that's a good risk to reward for you. So we know on our 1 minute, all the strength is here. So we need to really start going back and forth because they're a little bit different. They're a little bit different. I'm going to clean up the chart so we don't have any bias, right? Certain things need to happen. So this purple, pretty strong. And this teal here is also strong. So it looks like there's a little battle in between this purple and the teal. But we have heavy support at 32.21. Heavy support at 32.21. We just got below the water on the 1, above the water on the 5, so a weak bear cycle here would carry us back up, right? And then again, 2 red on the 30 would be reasonable. And if we get 2 red on the 30 in continuation, that'll probably be something like this. So this is why it's best to wait somewhere down here. Now you understand my thought process. This purple's still holding up pretty strong, right? Let me remove this. This hasn't changed. Okay, we might be starting that bear cycle on the 1. It's opposite on the 5 though. I mean, we could be starting it, but it's a pretty strong trend, so you don't really want to fight this. Our best bet is to fight it somewhere below this. That's the answer. That's the answer. I'm just saying. I'm just saying what the rules are. These are the rules. If we play by the rules, we'll be okay. So if you're risky, you're going to look for calls on the break of this purple. If you're less risky, you're going to wait till above the 50. Because we're inside this liquidity box. If you're risky, you're going to take puts. Probably on a break and retest of this liquidity box right here. Inside of it, on a break, retest, and reject. On a BRR, like this. And again, you're fighting the trend, so that'll have to be a scout. If you're less risky, you're going to wait for the proper setup. So there it is. So the world is your oyster. You decide if you're gonna put Tabasco sauce on that oyster. Wait, do you put Tabasco on oyster, or is it oysters where you put Tabasco? You know what? I'm not refined. Throw them in the trash. Yeah, it's a very strong trend here, so foolish of us to fight this trend here. If you're calling the top, you know, we don't know. There's no reason to call the top. We honestly don't know. We'll know once a certain thing happens. And if that thing happens, that means we're not going to get 100% of the play, right? So this is all risk management, risk tolerance. This is it in action. Let me erase this one. Oh yeah, Cholula. And a lime? Damn, Cruz, you're high class, man. What the hell? He wants a lime too? Cruz is high class. Cholula. Oh, he said not even Tabasco. He said Tapatio or Cholula. That's it. With a lime. I'm over here talking about Tabasco. I'm not refined. I am pretty savage. So let them figure this out, right? There's nothing to do in here. You see them figuring it out. Let them figure it out. We're going to ride the wave. We will ride the wave. This purple's still holding up. I'm just going to erase this so it's not so confusing. But this purple's holding up still. So if you're risky, you're going to take maybe the break of purple. Maybe the top of the lick box. That's all you could really ask for. If you're not risky, wait for above the 50. The only issue with that is you got to deal with Big Daddy 5. And, you know, the reason why it's like this today, we have to take all these into account. We need to use all the data we have provided. The reason it's like this today is because the 5 and the 50 are right next to each other. They're right next to each other, which is, you know, this doesn't happen often. Okay, this guy wants a pinch of salt, a shot of tequila. That's a chaser. Damn. Damn. Cruise is not a cheap date. Remind me never to take you on a date. I'll be happy with a Marlboro and a hand job. Let them figure this out, right? They're obviously building it. They're still holding up this secondary liquidity on teal. So the secondary liquidity on teal is still holding up. Okay. This is the risk in here, right? Because we see the liquidity. This is the risk in here. We're at the waterline, maybe starting our still above the water, but they're looking to start that bear cycle, bull cycle below the water. Inside here, no one knows. No one really knows. We'll know if we get some strength in either direction. We'll know. So I think this lick box is pretty solid. We'll use this lick box. I can probably eliminate the no man's land and use this. There we go. Resistance at 33.41. Now, if you're the risky trader and you're taking a trade literally inside the chop, inside the liquidity box, then you kind of see where your stops need to be, right? Either above or below this liquidity box. We'll see if purple's gonna hold up here. So remember, if we see weakness, we'll start to see this. So this liquidity box might give us some good information, right? So if we zoom out to a higher time frame, this right here is a flexion point for two of our trading plans. So we're about to find out which one's going to hit. Well, when I say about, I mean however long it takes for them to figure this out, right? That's what I mean. Now let's say to the downside, the only thing we have to worry about is not getting a stop hunt. So look for that. Otherwise in here, we don't know. This is the flexion point between two opposite trading plans. Two opposite trading plans. This is the flexion point right here. So you're either going to push above the 50 or reject off the 50. We'll know if we get somewhere down here. This is my assessment. Or if we get somewhere above the 50, then we'll know. But if you're taking the risk in here, you see kind of where your stops need to be. Meaning, okay, so if you're calling the top, you see where your stop need to be. If you're calling the flexion for the push up, you see where your stop needs to be. Or you're going to wait for the safety above the 50 or probably below 29.76. And I know that's going to take a long time, or it could take a long time. I get it. But these are the rules. We see this resistance at 33.36. So there's a super lick right here. So let them figure this out. We don't need to be involved in here. We literally see what's happening. They're building the move. We don't need to get involved. They tested outside the purple, went right back inside the purple. So this purple's still holding up. We'll put a secondary liquidity just to make sure. There. And you know what time it is right now. It's lunch time. So if they wanted to chop around in here for the next few hours, completely reasonable. Completely reasonable. We know what our setups are. You don't even need to think. We don't know, Stacy. We gotta wait because this is the flexion between two. So it could be the flag, right? If that's what you're saying, but it also could be the start of something else. So we'll find out. We don't know yet. It could be. It could be. I always tell everyone, wait for the confirmation. We'll know which one if we get above this 50 or if we get below this level right here. We'll know. Certain things need to happen. If those things don't happen, then we're just in chop. No reason to get involved. We know what our setups are. Heavy resistance at this 33, whatever this level is right here. We see the heavy resistance right here. If they can't break that, then no bull flag. I'm going to step away for one quick second. I need to go circulate some blood. If they chop around in here for a little bit, completely reasonable. It's lunch time, as they say in Japan. And yeah, I'll be right back. I just need to circulate my blood. You know, the weakness will look like this. So if we see that, then we'll know. We'll know on the break and retest underneath here. Well, it'll give us an idea. What we want to watch out for is the liquidity grab. So we have to make sure we see some liftoff in whichever direction. And you're not going to be late. You're not going to be late because look at all this liquidity built up. That's a lot of liquidity built up. So you won't be late. So just let it play out. This purple's still holding up, right? From this point here, we need to be relying on our 5-minute chart. Not relying on it, but obviously you need to use both. But I think the 5-minute chart would be advantageous. It gives us a zoomed out scope of what's happening. So we know there's heavy support on 31.86, heavy resistance on 33.37. Wait for one of those to break and retest. Simple. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Don't have a bias. Wait for the setup. We don't know. Stop trying to guess. The market will tell us. You're not going to be late. Just relax. Get the bias out of your mind. Don't think you should do this because you think you see something. Wait until it's confirmed. Just wait. You're not going to be late. We'll get something out of it. You're not going to get 100%. You're going to get something though. And we're going to build off that something little by little. Just relax. Probably not a lot to do in here, right? We're retesting this purple now. Let them figure it out. You don't need to try to guess. Let them figure it out. If they chop around in here all for the rest of the day, then that's what they're doing. We don't need to get involved. If you're the risky type and you took the break of purple, you need to protect this trade. We're coming up to the heavy resistance now. If you're waiting for above the 50, then wait for it. All right, break of purple. That's one full point. Protect your trade. Okay. This is 34.42. Now look, the top of this lick box, or excuse me, 34.42 is the 50. So this is all you can ask for. It's literally the same price. The top of this lick box, or excuse me, this key level right here, it is the 50. So if it goes past this, great. If you took the break of purple, this is the entry for calls, right? The put entry was down here somewhere. Right to the target. Now we don't know. So protect your trade. All right, here's our second bite at the apple. Figure out your life. Figure out your life right now. You got another bite at the apple. And it just so happened that our super liquidity support was, our super liquidity support was exactly the lick box on the 5. Look. If you took the break of purple, which I told you was the call entry, protect your trade. If you're waiting for the 50, I mean, there it is, right above the 50. There it is. Now you got to watch out for Big Daddy 5. If you hesitated, if you wanted to see something else, this takes time. This takes time. Look at the money that just got printed on the break of purple. Or you could have took the 50. This is 1 full point, a little over a point. All right, let's see if it retests the 50 and see what they want to do. Now we're stuck between the 50 and the 5. Any more calls has to be above the 5. I told everyone early this morning, if we're looking for downside, the 5 is going to cross below the 50. I told everybody this morning exactly what to look out for. Now we're stuck between the 5 and the 50, right? Probably not a lot to do here. If you're not already in the play, there's probably not a lot to do. Now look, we went from the bottom of the lick box to the top of the lick box. Now we don't know. Now we don't know. So now we got to see what they want to do in here. If you didn't take the break of purple because you're not the risky type, fine. Nothing wrong with that. Wait for the break and retest. Let's see if they're going to retest and reject off the 50 now. Otherwise, this is just a liquidity grab. If we get back below the 50 like this, then we'll know what to expect. Trying to trade in here, not ideal. All right, that break and retest of the 50, that's 1 full point. If you didn't already, take the trade and if you didn't bet on the retest with a really tight stop, and then look, this is over a point now on the break and retest of the 50. Everything I said that would happen has happened. There's nothing more I can do. You understand? This has been absolute perfection. We're at the next key level, probably lining up. Look, top of the lick box. Now you can figure out your life from here. I told you, if you allow the proper setup, you may not get the full, you didn't get it from here, but we got something out of it, right? Look at the money. Look at the money. Look at the money that just got printed. And this was on the safety play. You understand why it's safety? Because we're going to get something. We're going to get something. And then once you realize the risk management involved, you'll know how to leverage your contracts. And then you grow little bit by little bit, you start to leverage a little bit more, This is going to way down the line. This isn't now, right? This is way down the line. Take the little wins for right now. But 1 full point, easy money, it doesn't get any better than that. On the break, retest, and reject of the 50, I've been saying it, I don't know how long. There's not much more I can do. This is absolute perfection right in front of your face. It doesn't get any better than this. exactly to the top of this lick box right here on the 5-minute chart. Bottom of the lick box, top of the lick box. Now we don't know. Absolute perfection. All right, let's break this down really quick. Let's break this down because I've been referring to the trading plan all damn day. Look, I'm going to share the screen. Screen share. Watch this. Let's look to the bolt up above the 50, okay? We wanted to see some support a little above 3162, right? A little bit above 3162. Let's say even a little bit above 32, right? Somewhere above this. We need to see some support form. Okay. Let's see if the support formed. Then we got above the 50. Look, 3162, a little bit above to above the 50. Here's the support. You see the support right here. A little bit above 32. Even a little bit above, yeah, a little bit above 32. So let's say 32.45. Okay, we're gonna go here. 32.45 was right around here. You see the support forming. So it was on our trading plan. You didn't need to know colors. It was on the trading plan. I've been saying this. We already had this planned out. We already had this planned out. Look at the money. Look at the money. Right to the 5. Oh, man. We had a good day. We had a very good day. Everything that I not that I predicted, but I told everyone what was going to happen way ahead of time. Since before the market opened, we already knew what was going to happen. And, you know, look at the look what I wrote. The first thing in the morning that I wrote. Let me share the screen. First thing in the morning. Where is it? Where the hell is it? Is this today? Here, look. Technically, we should be looking for the put setup. However, everything says down, but watch out for the liquidity grab and wait for the continuation. Right? That was this morning, before the market opened. 5 minutes before the market opened. This is Pacific Standard Time. Now let's look what happened. We saw the liquidity grab, and then we waited for continuation. And I was telling you, we're in between two two trading plans. Here's the trading plans. And I even said, look for a play off the MAs, both of them off the MAs right here. Now we see both up above. We wanted to see support forming a little bit above 31. Little bit above 31, right? Or yeah, maybe a little bit above 32. Fine. Let's look what happened. Here's the support, a little bit above 32. This is absolute perfection. On a break and retest above the 50, this is absolute perfection. I mean, we already knew what was going to happen way before. I cautioned you against puts. I told you where the put scenario was, right? I told you where it was. We knew we're in this purple. We knew we had a strong purple. If we broke the purple, that means something. The put scenario is down here. There's only so much I can do. There's only so much I can do. Besides tell you exactly what you need to hear. If you're doing something opposite, then, you know, there was someone in the Discord early this morning, or no, not in the Discord. Someone in the live stream early this morning. I don't know where it was. Somebody was saying the price is going to be down here. I was like, maybe. But according to my data, that's incorrect. That is incorrect. But, you know, maybe it could happen. You know, sometimes I'm wrong. It's just not today. Sometimes I'm wrong. I don't get it right every day, but I do get lucky every day. Every day I get lucky. There's only so much I can do. I need you all to win. I need you to win. And, you know, there's certain things that need to happen if you're going counter the trend. Look at this strong trend. Why would you go counter? You got to scalp this type of stuff. You can't go counter the trend. I told you where the safety was. It had to be somewhere down here, underneath 29,676. I'm not saying we're not going to get there, but at that time, it just had to be like that. This is what it is. These are the rules. If we follow the rules, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Follow the rules. That's it. Or else we're going to keep getting called foul or offsides or whatever rule you want to apply. But, you know, we had a good day. We had a good day. Damn, Jay, I don't know what any of this means. Here's the thing, Jay, you're showing me something after the fact. I'm showing you before the market opened, like what was going to happen. So I don't know what these screenshots mean. they're very confusing to me. And again, the indicators are showing you something that happened after the fact, right? That's only after. So yeah, after the fact, anyone could. Do you understand the difference? Like, I'm telling you before, not after. Like, after the fact, I get it. That's fine. But, if we had a time machine and we can go back in time and make plays, then that's the best indicator I've ever seen in my life. But, that can only work but for so long. So all of that makes sense after. Everything I did was before. Way before. Way before the market even opened. Matter of fact, I think you were the one saying that it was going to be lower. Yeah, you were the one. I think so. I'm not sure. I have to go back and look. But somebody was saying it was going to be lower. And look, if you're relying on indicators, it's not going to work out for you. Ask Doug. Ask Doug. Doug will tell you. Stop relying on indicators. Let me do the heavy lifting. You're in here for a reason. You're paying money for my analysis. I don't want you to pay money and I'm not going to say waste it, but I'm not saying I'm never going to be wrong. Of course, it's going to happen. There's going to be a random news event or I just get it wrong. It's just not today. It hasn't happened yet. That's all I'm saying. It will one day. I'm sure it will, but not today. Look at this volatility at the 5. Big Daddy 5, right? We knew we had to protect at the 5. This is the only call scenario from here is above the 5. That's it. Here comes the volatility now. Now we're going to see if we can do this. Watch. Let's look for this. We want to look for this right here. And if that doesn't happen, we need to wait for that, right? Because we're still fighting a strong uptrend. So if they get caught in between here for the rest of the day, fine. Whatever. Not interested. If we get above this, then we'll look for calls. This is how it has to work. If you're doing something opposite, then I don't know what to tell you. I identified the super liquidity. Look at the strong candle, the strong break on the super liquidity. It went exactly to our top of the lick box. Strong break, retest. Everything was perfect. Everything was perfect. Every single thing was perfect. So this is easy. Hey, look, Jay, it doesn't matter to be right or wrong, right? So it doesn't matter. It's okay to have a thesis. I'm not telling you to not have a thesis. What I am saying is, we need to put more stock. We need to put more reliability on the actual charts and what the data is telling us instead of trying to guess. Because at some point we all have to have a bias for, we all have a bias. This is human nature. I'm not saying you're wrong. What I am saying is the data tells me different. That's all. No. You're not wrong. Everyone has a bias. Everyone. This is how human beings work. And it's not about being right or wrong. Because there's been times where my bias is telling me the market's going to go down today. Just, based on the sentiment of the market, based on certain geopolitical things, and it goes the opposite. So it happens to everybody. So I've been wrong so many times before I started streaming. I've been wrong so many times. I just decided, hey, why paint myself in a corner? I need to be open to what it looks like both directions, because we only have one of two options. So what I've done now is I just use data. That's all. I don't let my own bias tell me anything, because I've been wrong so many times that it's annoying. I've been wrong so many times. I just annoy myself. And sometimes, and you know what? Being wrong actually helps, because eventually you're going to get slapped in the face so much, you're going to be like, okay, Jesus, take the wheel. Take the wheel, Jesus. Let me... That's what happened to me. That's what happened to me. And once I stopped using bias and stop trying to be greedy and front, because another issue that I have is jumping in too early. Jumping in too early instead of waiting for confirmation. That's another issue that I had. And sometimes, I still struggle with that because of that bias. Because of this bias that I have, or, I think I know too much and I really don't, and I jump in too early, and then that secondary liquidity will hit and then shut me up real quick. I'll be like, yeah, let's go and put secondary liquidity hit before I knew where the dump would be. I know where the dump's going to be. I'm trying to get ahead of it so I can collect all this money. That's greed. That's greed. I jump in ahead of time before the setup. That's rookie mistake. And then it slaps me in the face, and that's reality. And look, we've all been there. We all do the same thing. If I'm saying something and it's familiar to you, or you've gone through that same thing, it's because we're all human beings, and we're probably more similar than we are different. Now, you may be better looking than me, but I'm pretty good at this right here. And you'll be good too. It just takes time. And I'm telling you right now, if you could, the faster you can, watch out in here. The faster you can get rid of bias, the faster you can get rid of the indicators, the better it's gonna be. Because now you're trying to adopt a whole new strategy, and you're gonna have to break the bad. I'm not gonna say bad habits, but the other habits, because you need to fully focus on this thing right here that we're doing. And I don't want you to pay money if you're not going to actually do it, because that's the only way we're going to be successful. Waiting for the proper setup, allowing for, and putting your stops where they need to be, understanding all the risks and where they are. It's going to take some time to break those habits. And look, sometimes it's okay to be, I think it's okay to be wrong, because with the strategy I've developed, it's damn near impossible to be wrong twice in a row. It's very hard to be wrong twice in a row. So even if I do get it wrong, I know where the money is on the other side. I know exactly what to do. I just have to make sure that there's enough time. That's the only thing that really is the issue. Making sure we have enough time to allow that next thing to happen. Now look, we're bouncing in between the 5 and the 50 as expected. No surprise here. If you're taking a trade in here, this is going to be rough. If you didn't take at key level on the break and retest to the key level, it's going to be rough on you. This is why I always say, take the money when you see it. We're going to build the account. You're going to learn how the market works. You're going to learn if you should hold longer or not. I still have an issue with that because I always take the first little bit of the first couple scraps I see on the table. I'm already gobbling. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Nom, 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 nom. But, I build my little account to, I built a little account to something reasonable. And it's going to happen for all of us. It will happen. This is just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. Now, how many times did you hesitate today? How many times did you want to pull the trigger so bad, but you didn't? How many times did you want to pull the trigger and you didn't, and it did the opposite, and you're like, oh, thank God. If this is happening to you a lot, then you need more time. You need more time. You're going to see it. I'm telling you, it just takes time. And then until you do see it, take the little bit of money that you see on the table and build that account. Watch. We sit here, we do this every day. There's no surprise. Every single day we do this, the market is very reliable in that regard. This is why I love trading SPY. This is the only thing I'm really good at, but not the only thing. I'm pretty good shot too. I can hit a target pretty far away with irons, but that's besides the point. I'm pretty good at this, so just have a little bit of trust in me. Not trust me, but allow the data to speak for itself. That's what I will say. You don't need to trust me. Just allow the data to speak for itself. And you're an intelligent human being. You can put 2 and 2 together. There's nothing to do in between here, right? You understand that. There's nothing to do in between here. Above, or if it gets below to that level that I put, then matter of fact, I'll make it a little more safe. A little more safe. There's nothing to do here. On the break and retest of this 50 from 34.46 to 30, this is 2 points right here. Said it once, I'll say it again. A little faith goes a long way. All right, Cruz, lead the prayer. Lead the prayer. And look, if you made money today, you better start thinking about calling it a day. You better start thinking about calling it a day. Enjoy that weekend. If you didn't make money, maybe a little negative, maybe you hesitated and you're feeling like, God dang, God. Don't feel like that. The FOMO is going to build. It's going to lead you in the wrong direction. What you need to do is focus on how we've identified the problem. Let's come up with a solution. You're either going to take the risk or you're not. You need to put your stops where they need to be and allow the play to play out. They're not 45-second plays. It could be. It could be depending on your risk tolerance, but they're most likely, 25, 35, 45-minute plays. So if you're taking a trade and you're already moving your stop, if it hasn't broken a certain level, and I'll tell you, if we get below this, look the other way. If we get above this, look the other way. I'll tell you. Or, usually I have a lick box, right? Use the lick boxes. So if you're not allowing for the market to breathe, absorb, to create the flexion point, if you're not allowing for that to happen, then you're playing some other game and it's not within the rules. If you play by the rules, we'll be fine. And the truth is, we don't really need all these little colors and lines. We don't really need that, but I'm trying to give you all a visual representation of what's going on in my head. So don't let's use the price to guide us. Let's use the price and the price action to guide us. The price action is going to be, whenever I draw stuff like this or like this, whatever it is, that's the price action. Let's let that guide us. If that happens, then I'm not saying we're going to get it right every time, but we do okay, right? There's nothing to do in here. And listen to a little bit of my guidance. It'll go a long way. If you're taking the risk, then you're taking the risk. Just don't over leverage. If you get it wrong, we'll get it on the other side. I promise you. The only reason I can promise that is because I have go through all the damn live streams. I have the record to prove it. We don't need to guess. All the data's there. There's nothing to do in here. Now it's definitely crunch time. Call it a day. If they chop around in here all day, fine. So look, for this scenario here, we want to maybe grab liquidity from 34.12. What is this? 34.42. Maybe grab liquidity from here. We need to push up and make this lick box support before another leg up. Or we could, again, grab liquidity from 34.42 in a straight line here before the push up. And then the put scenario, I have the safety here, right? So we could see one as early as this. But I put the safety a little bit lower. I know you don't want to wait all that time, but that's what it is. If you're jumping in before this, level here, this is a counter trend play, and you're scalping in and out, tight stops. That's on the put side. On the call side, you see what the scenario is. Oh, snap. Look at that. Really? That's interesting. Okay. All right, I'm going to read this to the world. LST, I started a small account challenge Monday with $50, one trade per day. It's at 621 for the week. Not awful. I want to say I grew. All right. Hell yeah. I'm sorry. I got to share that. I got to share that with everybody. Look at this. Amazing. Amazing. And you know what, Jones? Some people are, they're like, $45 for a week. No way, that's too much. I'll never understand people and the way they think, right? They're like, oh yeah, beer, cocaine, OnlyFans, I'll spend money on that. But to like actually make something of yourself, no way, $45, that's too much. I'll never understand people. And I'm glad you put this in here. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm never going to understand people. $45 to change your life. And they're like, nope, I'd rather spend it on beer and cigarettes and hookers. Okay, keep doing that. Let's see where that leads you. When AI takes your goddamn job, don't come crawling back, because the price is going to go up shortly. I'm going to leave it at 45 until probably 4th of July. After 4th of July, raising the price. So figure out your life now. And the reason why I'm raising the price is I need to pressure you to do the right thing. Your little $45 doesn't do anything for me. I'm trying to help you. You need to invest in yourself. If you're not willing to invest in yourself, then why would I? Why would I do it? It doesn't make any sense. You're basically telling me you ain't worth shit. And that's all I need to know. And this isn't for everybody. Let me tell you, it's not for everybody. I gave away all the answers to the test before the market opened to absolute perfection. Absolute perfection. Here, watch. Let me share the screen real quick. Watch this. Look at this. Let's go through the trade chat. Every single day we post the wins. Every day. This is not a mistake. Every day. Wins, wins, wins. Now, unless I'm just some kind of crazy psycho, I'm just randomly posting wins that don't actually mean anything. Unless that's a thing. And look, trading plans every day. And the trading plans always reflect the wins. So we know ahead of time. Unless I'm just some kind of crazy psycho that's just posting things in Discord for absolutely no reason just to lie to people, then damn, I got bigger problems. But if the proof is right there and you don't know what's good for you, then this ain't for you. Price is going up 4th of July. There's pressure. Make a decision in your life. You just saw someone start with $50 to 100. How much? 600 and let me look. From 50 to 621 in a week. From $50 to 621 in 1 week. Get out of my face. No. Whoever's in now, you get to stay at the same price. But if you're in the price, if you're there now, you stay at the same price. The price is only going up for new members, not old members. You're already locked in. Y'all locked in. Don't worry. All right, look, we're underneath the 50. We see a little break retest. Let's see if they want to gain some strength off of that. We're coming up to this. Okay, we're at the 50-50 right now. We're right at the 50-50. We're in the middle of the 50-50. So let's see if we break this 50-50. If they give us some strong candles to the downside, we're going to look for a retest underneath 33.64 and see if we can maybe scalp something here. If not, our safety is going to be below 31.62. That's the answer to the test. That's the answer to the test right there. Is that really only one trade a day? You did that with one trade out of the day. Okay. Damn. God damn. Jones, you really... Jones is putting some faith in me. Gosh dang. Oh, true. Yeah, because your delta has to be super low. That's a super low delta. But damn, but here's the thing. Now you can do multiple contracts technically, right? You could technically do multiple contracts and then accelerate that like no one's business. But, you know, single contracts, yeah, play it out. I'm interested to see the results. All right, we're trading a little bit below the, I mean, we're still technically at the 50-50. Allow for a little bit of room, right? Look, we went from the bottom of the lick box to the top of the lick box, rejecting back inside the lick box. So if we stay inside here, look, if we stay inside here and fade, and this is the afternoon fade in between 35.87 and 31.62, it would be reasonable to think we can just fade in here for the rest of the day. Just like how we did yesterday, and I called it perfect, right? The perfect call out yesterday, this would be reasonable. So if they do just chop around in here in this lick box right here, look, this lick box right here, if they chopped around in here all day, that's reasonable. If we get some movement, and we got some time too, if we get some movement below 31.62, we're going to look for a break and retest underneath for puts. If you're doing this, you're scalping this, okay? You have to be scalping this. And the reason why is because look at that super lick right here. You don't even need to think. You don't need to think too hard. Matter of fact, stop thinking. Let me do the thinking. You sit there and look pretty. Now, Jones, you're probably a little bit more risky than other people. So those results are not typical. Jones has some, I think, well, I know Jones has a good amount of experience in the market, and now he's starting to understand my thought process and my logic. So he's like putting it all together. So those results probably aren't typical, but it is possible, right? Not everyone's going to have your risk tolerance and your ability to hold the trade until certain things happen. Not everyone's going to have that ability. So and that's the issue, right? The issue is not the entries. We know our entries are solid. The issue is the exits where we sell it. That's the problem. We never have to worry about our entries. Very rarely am I wrong on these setups. Very rare, very rare. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's just rare. It's just rare. That's just a fact. We don't have to worry about our entries. It's where you all sell your contracts. That's the issue. You see one red candle and you're like, oh no, oh no. Usually I can survive at least wave one. Wave one, I'm going to make sure I get that money. Wave two, that's when I'm like, okay, there's money on the table there. That's my problem. My problem is wave two. The issue is not knowing if there's going to be a wave two. So that's why. Sometimes sometimes you know. We see some rejection off this 50 here. Let's see if they reject underneath this lick box right here, right? This bigger lick. So we're dealing with this lick box, and this 50 right here is really close. So there's like a little margin of error, probably a no man's land, right? Little no man's land. If I ever do this in between two levels, that means no man's land. We don't know. That means we don't know. I've been paying attention to Gex a lot. Yeah, I've been paying attention to that too. GEX. I've been paying attention for a while. I've been paying attention to Gex. I don't have any of the indicators, but I follow some. I don't follow, but I watch someone that messes with it, and I think it's pretty solid. It's just a good I think that's a fair indicator because it literally gives you market sentiment. I mean, it's showing you volume at certain levels. So if anything, it's good for figuring out levels. If anything, it's really good at figuring out levels. Yeah, exit indicator, exactly, because you know where the next level is, right? You know where all the Gex, you know where all the volumes built up. So that's one thing I do. If there's any indicator, Gex would probably be the one. But we need to use the price action to know how to apply it. That's the only thing. The price action to apply the Gex. All right, we got what is this? A little under a minute and a half on this candle. Look, we're at the 50-50, maybe breaking below. So if you're buying puts underneath the 50-50, you got to scalp this, right? We already knew. Let me clear this up. We already knew that there's going to be some drawdown to here. We already knew this, right? Absolutely perfect. So now we're here. Figure out your life now. Whenever I only give you one direction, I'm probably right. I'm probably right. It's very rare that I'm wrong when it comes to this stuff. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but You know, I only gave you one direction. You know, it has to, not that it has to, but, and this, you know, this is a guess. I don't know. This is going to be here. That's probably like that. Which means there could be another one right here, somewhere along here. And I want to put it right here, but I'll just be too perfect. Yep, it shows you where the floor and ceiling is. Exactly. Exactly. King node. Is king node like your point of control? I don't even know what a king node is. Is that like POC? We need to start using our 5-minute chart. So look, if we're in here, this is the risk right here, okay? Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Hold on. Okay. Okay. All right. Now look, we're right on this level right here, on this shoulder right here, so, or whatever this little thing is that I have right here, so it's literally right on it, so be careful here. Okay? If you took the 50-50 on a put, you're welcome, right? We needed to see, look at this money. Look at the money. Look at the money that just got printed. God damn. No way. Well, okay. That's that. I should have put it right here. I'm gonna leave this alone because now I'm just cooking the books at this point. I'll leave it alone. And then for this one, somewhere down here. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? All right, look, the 50-50 was right here. I called it out when it was happening. I told you, if you're gonna buy puts, you gotta put a tight stop here. This is plenty of money, protect your trade. Plenty of money, protect your trade. Let me go ahead and mark it. It's gonna get violent in here, right? It's gonna get violent because you see this extra lick right here. If you don't want to be involved in violence, wait for somewhere down here. Did you make money, Chenko? Did you make money is the question. Jones with the 129%. Oh, man. Jones is flexing. All right, Chenko, you didn't... I don't want to see that sad face. We made money. We got to be happy with that. You know, we did the hard thing here. Look at the money. Look at the money. And look, if you're new, this takes time. Oh, 129 on the big account. Nice. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. If you're new and you're like, oh man, how did they know? They're printing money. How did they know to do X, Y, and Z? It's because they're understanding the risk. They're understanding how I speak. They're and that's that's probably the hard part. Understanding like, what the hell is this guy talking about? You know, what are these drawings? Yada, yada, yada. That's the hard part. Otherwise, you're just waiting for the setup. Once you understand that, which is going to take you some time. I'm telling you, this isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. I don't want anyone to think they're just going to join LST and all of a sudden their bank account's going to be completely different and they're in a different tax bracket. This is going to take time. But it will happen. It will happen. And I think it took Chenko a little bit. Chenko was had a little drought, being a little presumptuous. Now, I don't know, Chenko, I could be wrong, but it looks to me like you're actually waiting for the setup. It looks to me like you're not front running the plays on hopes and dreams. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But this is just, you know, this is the pattern that I'm noticing with you. Because before you'd be like, I'm already in the play. I'm like, what do you mean you're in the play? That it hasn't even set up yet. Why are you in the play? And now, you know, you're like, okay, now I'm taking profit. If your problem is, I didn't make enough money, that's a good problem to have. That's a good problem to have because the rest the rest is going to, that means you're on the way, right? You're on the way. All right, look, we are in. So let's see how this purple works out, right? We want to see how this purple works out. I'm going to clear this up just a little bit. I'm just going to clear this up just a little bit. We know there's risk here. We know it's going to get violent in here. So ideally, if you're in puts, what you'd like to see is top of purple, bottom of purple, top of purple, bottom of purple, top of purple, bottom of purple, right? You want to see this pattern continue. So it looks like purple's dominant right now, just like how purple was dominant here. So we'll know if we're going to, what do you mean? We'll know if we're going to grab liquidity off of here to push up because we knew this was a level of liquidity, or if we're going to get below it to continue down. So this is why I have the safety right here. This is our safety. This is violence in here. So allow whatever needs to happen to happen. And if and from this point here, if we break purple, it needs to be a if then, right? So here's the if then. If we break purple, then we're going to look for the retest and reject to form support at 35.87. Okay? Has to be like this. So this lick box, it looks like, is going to control the day for the rest of the day. Unfortunately. So we're below the water, maybe starting our week cycle here. Still below the water here. Above the water, maybe on our week cycle on the 5. Look at Jones. Jones. Jones is what an attack dog. Jones, you're a savage. Leave these people alone. I beat up on them enough. I beat up on them enough. Barf. Jones, you need to make your avatar, you need to make it a Rottweiler. So look, we have to protect against this end of day fade. The end of day fade is this whole region right here. This is the end of day fade. We need to protect against that. This is why you have the setups the way they are. In my opinion, in my estimation, this right here, between these two levels, is a flexion point on a much higher time frame that we're not seeing, probably the 4 hour. If I had to guess, it's probably the 4 hour time frame. This is a flexion point. So we can't see it here, but something tells me that's just what it is. So if you're playing around inside here, good luck. You got to be scalping inside here. Now, if it breaks this, does all this, then fine. Maybe. But, it's what, 12:30? Plenty of time for any one of these things to happen. And it's probably our best bet. If you're not willing to wait that amount of time, then here, look, you're in the mercy of purple. You're in the mercy of purple. So purple's going to rule the day for a little bit. Especially inside of the thick lick. And the reason why we want to wait for up here is because we don't want to get caught off guard by secondary liquidity, because we see the high, lower high, maybe a lower high. We don't want to get caught off guard right here on a secondary liquidity, right? You see that? So maybe the secondary liquidity is going to form here, something like that. So our best bet is to wait for above this. If you're taking the risk in here, you're scalping. You understand that, right? No matter what side, if you're waiting for this to break down below to maybe back inside violence box to the bottom of violence box, you're scalping this. If you're going from, this break of purple, maybe to top of the lick box, you're scalping this. And the reason why is because we're protecting against secondary liquidity on purple, and we're protecting against major support on, I guess this teal, let's say. And we're protecting against major support here at 31.62. So this is why it has to be a scalp inside of this range here. If it goes beyond, great. Excellent. But we don't know. So collect whatever money you get and be happy. I'm just going to clean up this chart just a little bit. You see how it's dancing right on top of this little whatever I have here? It's dancing right on top of it. That's probably not a mistake. It's probably not a mistake. So we need to let whatever's going to happen happen. Okay, I think I was on mute. This candle closed right inside purple. We need to see if this candle here is going to go back inside or it's going to continue up. So we got 4.5 minutes on the candle. Because this one right here closed right on top of purple. So we want to make sure we're not bottom of purple, top of purple, bottom of purple, top of purple, bottom of purple, top of purple. We got to make sure we're just not continuing grabbing liquidity from here. So if you're taking the break of this purple on calls, this is risky, right? And then risk to reward is only from where? 34 to 30, you know, from here to here is your risk to reward. If it wants to push up to top lick, this lick box here, we might see a weak cycle here, a weak bear. So we got to let this candle play out, because we don't know if they're just grabbing liquidity from this right here, from the diagonal liquidity. We want to make sure we're not grabbing liquidity from here just to push down again to continue this. So be patient and wait. If you made money, call it a goddamn day. You don't have to sit here and do this all day. Build the account. You're never going to build the account if you keep doing this. You're never going to build the account. Just saying. Everything says sideways. So below the water on the bull cycle, above the water on the bear cycle, at the water line, almost at the water line on the 30. Technically, you know, below the water technically, but in the bull cycle. So everything says sideways. So if we wait for one of these, I promise you, it'll be a lot more clear. We just got to make sure we have enough time, that we don't just fade to the end of the day in here. Now, if we're struggling to make support above this random ass yellow line I have, we need to see if we make support here. This will be a good indication. Or we need to see if we're going to reject back inside purple, and to see if we form that secondary liquidity. So give it a second, we'll find out. No reason to rush. This is just sideways, right? There's nothing to do in here. It's just sideways. We're at the 50. There's nothing to do at the 50, first of all. Wait for some liftoff in whichever direction. Let them build a liquidity at the 50. Let them build it. Let them build a liquidity at the 50. And then we'll know which side won. So if your question is, how do you know these levels, right? These white levels off to the side. This is from all this time of data collection. So it took a lot of time to compile this information, and it just so happens to work out pretty well. So that's why I never clear the 5. I only clear the 1 every day. I never clear the 5, and I never clear the 30. The 30 is how we make money. All right, so far this purple's still holding up, right? Because this one just touched it. This one went back inside, so we never got a clean break outside the purple. So this purple's still holding up for right now. But, you know, this is sideways in my opinion. This is sideways. We're at the 50. There's probably not a lot to do here. We do see a couple wicks right here. But in my opinion, this is sideways. And at the 50, this means nothing. This is where they slap people. This is slap people in the face territory. On the 30, we see very low volume. Okay. We want to see if on the 5, if we get to the water line back on this, whatever this is right here, wherever this is, we want to see if we get back to the water line here. This is going to be probably some support. Couple wicks. Couple wicks. I'm just going to slide everything over. Still the same setup, so I'm just sliding everything over, right? Nothing's changed. We might be seeing that firm break of, oh, we're at the 50. This doesn't mean much. But we might be seeing a firm break of this purple, but it's at the 50, so this doesn't mean anything. We're working off supply and demand right now. The pretty colors, doesn't matter. We're working off supply and demand. And in case you haven't been paying attention to the bigger picture, every weekend it seems like the market, every Friday one thing is said, over the weekend something else is said, which is swinging the market. So, you know, I don't recommend holding a trade over the weekend. That's all I'm saying. Let's see what we got. Right at the 50 still, nothing to do here. We're at the 50. Wait till we get some lift off in whichever direction. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade.
bitch on that beat going crazy.
If you took the break of purple, you need to protect this trade. If you took purple, you got to protect this trade. You can only ask for, you know, maybe 35.77, top of this lick box. Let's see if they form some support above 35.87. Purple, top of the lick box, hit, protect your trade. We're up against Big Daddy 5. So a break, retest, and reject above this would probably coincide with a break, retest above the 5. Big Daddy 5 is going to determine whether we're going to stay chopping till the end of the day inside here, or if we can get above. We don't want to get caught inside here. We don't want to get trapped inside here. From this point here, there's no call scenario until we break above and retest and reject the 5.
bitch on that beat going crazy.
Okay? Protect your trade now, okay? Protect this trade. We're late in the day. Theta's kicking in. We did what we needed to do. I told you there's going to be a quick scalp underneath orange. There's the money. Protect your trade. I'm not saying you need to stop out, but you know, we're still inside the fade at the end of the day, so it can still chop inside of here till the end of the day. Protect this trade. That's all I got to say. Now it took us damn near 30 minutes before it finally gave us some type of money. But we had to wait 30 minutes, right? We had to wait 30 minutes. That's all we had to do. All we had to do is sit and wait. See if we can get a couple more bucks out of it. All right, look, let me share the screen really quick. I'm going to share the screen share. Look at, this is Pacific Standard Time, 10:33. So what, 1:33. A dance on orange would be ideal for a put scalp. If orange is to weaken, it needs to happen soon. All right, cool. So if we saw green candles on top, we think the other way. But the put scalp on orange from 10:33. So we already knew what was going to happen. Easy money. Join the Discord. We just have to wait a little bit of time.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Now, if we want something more significant, we're going to have to wait for thick orange here. We're inside the violence now. See if we can get a few more bucks out of this. A few more dollars would be nice. Just a few more, not too much. Just a little bit more would be nice. We held for damn 45 minutes. You can at least reward us with the reward. There we go. A little bit more, that's all. Now we're not going to be greedy here. Easy money, right? Easy money. A few more bucks, that's all we needed. That's all we needed was a few more. Damn, look at the money. All right, look, now we're bottom of this green right here, so be careful with some violence on green. If we break straight through this green, that'll be a good thing. Chenko, you're over trading. You're over trading. This is you in the act of over trading. Remember how you feel. Remember how sweaty your armpits are. Remember how nervous you are. How fast your heart rate picks up. So when it happens again, you'll know you're over trading. Remember, the plays aren't 45 seconds, 5 minutes. They're maybe 30, 45 minutes long. This is how long the plays are. Now we're printing money. There we go. There we go. Easy money. This is what I like. This is what I like. Literally the only trade I took all day. Literally, this is the only trade I took because I was with you all, doing it with you all, right? So look, let me go share the screen. Screen share. This whole time, I've been walking through the trades with the members this whole time. It's the only one I goddamn look at the money we just printed. This is the only one I took all day. Because I wanted to let you guys know we're in this together. You're not doing it alone. I'm taking the same risk you are. I take the same losses you do, or the same wins you do. Same stuff. There's no difference. Now, understanding your risk tolerance, that's on you. You know, I can't control that. But, you know, I gave away the play. It had to be, right? Not that it had to, but look at the money we're printing. All right, watch out for VWAP. Protect your trade now. Uh, 31.63, 31.36. I don't know. You're asking me to guess. I don't know. I know we got some violence in here. Come on, let's go. I really want to break through this green. If we break through this green, that'll be nice. Okay. There we go. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. We don't need to stress. We don't need to stress. We need to let the market do what it needs to do. And then once you get into profit, then you start moving your stop and, you know, take whatever money you're going to take. And if you're a $3 hauler, fine. Be a $3 hauler. This is the lesson you need. Hold on to your butts. Oh, man. Yeah, we did this all together. We ride together. I would love to know something insane. I would love to know something insane. And remember, I get lucky. We're just getting lucky here, okay? This is just luck. That's all it is. One day I won't be so lucky, but it ain't today. It ain't gonna be today. Look, if this was going to go up, we're going to start to see some green candles on top of the orange. If it was going to go up, green candles on top of the orange. What we did see was a break and a retest and a reject of the orange. Eesh. All right, theta's kicking in. I'm going to take my first set. I'm going to take my little bit. I'm going to take something off the table here. I mean, I already did, but... Okay, nice little move. Nice little scalp, right? Little scalp situation. We already knew that was going to happen. Let me clean up the chart just a bit. Nice little scalp. That's what we wanted. Little Starbucks money. I'm not going to let my next set go negative, so I'm not going to let it go negative. If I miss the play, I miss the play, but I'm not going to let it go negative. So it better start figuring out its life right now, or else I'm going to be happy with whatever I got. Bad boys for life. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to hold on much longer. I don't care. Too late in the day to play this game. Too late in the day to play this game. I wanted a scalp. I got my scalp. I'm going to be happy with that. Maybe if thick orange pops up, presents itself, maybe. But, you know, I'm happy with what I got. I'm happy. I knew the risk. I knew what I was willing to do. This is how it has to work. You hold the trade until it goes into profit. Otherwise, you know when to get out, right? We have a lick box. We have a lick box. Oh, look at VWAP. We need to see a little bit of pressure to the downside. That'll be nice. A little bit of downside pressure. I'm not going to hold for any significant. Yeah, a little bit. Couple more dollars to go. I better start to reject underneath. What is this? 33.64. This 33.64 was giving us a lot of problems. So let's see if they want to reject underneath it or if they're grabbing liquidity from it. But we did that together. So I wanted to explain to everyone my thought process, what to expect, and if it works, great. If it works, great. But this is why I'm thinking the way I do. A quick scalp from underneath orange, perfect. That's what we wanted. If we get more, even better. We're gonna see if this green holds up or if we break the green. If we break the green, I'll probably be out. I'll take my winnings and call it a day. Because it's too late in the day to be like, oh, okay, it's breaking green, let me go on the call side. Too late for that. I'm not doing that now. Yeah, we're not going to get too many opportunities. So it's figure out your life now. There's weakness in these legs are about to close, right? So the legs are about to close. Figure out your life. If they open back up, great. So I'm still in this. I'm not gonna hold much longer. I might actually start to chase it with my runners. I might actually start to chase it because I'm worried about if we get caught in the big lick. If we get caught in big lick, this is what I'm worried about. See, this is my problem. All right, I survived wave 1. Wave 2, I never survived past wave 2. This is my problem. Extreme confidence? Nah, I don't have that. I wish I did sometimes. Sometimes I wish I did, and then I think it was yesterday when I was like, all right, I'm out. I took that key level. Maybe I'll regret it, but then it ended up being the right thing. So who knows, you know? That's why, you know, I like key level. I go to key level, but you know, I'm dealing with a certain amount of contracts that makes it reasonable, you know. I have a certain amount of contracts that's even that little tiny movement is good for me. You know, I'm not that greedy. I am greedy, but I'm not that greedy. Now, we need some movement here because, you know, Theta's starting to eat away at these contracts. So we need to break below this 32.74 right here. We had the break retest of 33.64. Let's see if we're going to reject underneath it now. This is the third bite at the apple. So, you know, I know they're not going to give me that many opportunities. So now I'm starting to chase this here. And I know I'm flying too close to the sun right now, but at least I held long enough to get full value. So even if I stop out here, all my contracts are going to get damn near almost the same value. I'm flying too close to the sun right now. I hate this part. This is the part that I hate, man. Second wave. I never survived second wave. But I need to hurry up and figure out my life now. Hold on, give me a second. Let me. Even though, you know, it looks pretty good to the downside, I always get sketchy. I always get sketchy. Okay. Now I'm set up. So whatever happens, happens. I'm going to live with it. I'm going to live with it. But remember, we did all this together. Step by step, every leg of the way. You know, every leg of the way, we did this together. Break of orange for a put. There it is. Now we have to hold for how long? 45 minutes. This is 45-minute play right here. 45 minutes we had to hold. That's how long it took. But, you know, we saw the price action. We knew it was moving slow. So this had to be, you know, somewhere on your radar that it was just going to be moving slow. Luckily, we had a rejection right here on green, which was also the rejection of the orange. So this was very helpful. This rejection of orange, rejection of green, very helpful. Come on, man! I'm flying close to the sun here, and they're really testing my. I never survived second wave. I want to survive second wave and watch it dump, but I already know I'm going to stop myself out short. I already know it because this is all I had in mind. I didn't think anywhere past this. Oh man. You know, my issue is I'm too worried about, instead of focusing on right here, right now, I'm worried about like 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes down the road. So I'm worried about getting, come on, let's go. Come on. One more little drop up would be nice. One more little drop would be really nice. You know, I wanted to break this green. If we broke this green, then I would have held, but I mean, I would have been a little bit more content. But because we didn't break the green, now it's making me want to tighten my stop. I'm just going through it. I'm telling you what's going on in my head. If we would have broke this green, because we know green is our down, and if we broke the green, that means then we're in a stronger channel. But because we're still inside the green, you know, I'm a little sketch. I know I'm going to look back later and be like, man, you could have done better. I already know it. But, you know, we're in profit, so I'm not going to be upset. I'm not going to be upset with money. Just one more. I just need one more little tiny. I just need one thing to break. Just one little thing to break, and then, you know, maybe we get a nice little push down before they a significant green candle, and then I'll get out on the significant green candle. But I just want one more, like one strong red and then one strong green. That's all I need. They're really testing me right now. I'm looking at those legs. I know we're in violence, right? This is the violence right here. This one right here is the violence. I had it right here. It looks like they want to push down, but they're just having a hard time. At least maybe the VWAP. Let's see if we can get the. Oh God, so far away. Half a point. Where's VWAP? VWAP's at 32.47, 32. Oh, that's not even that far. VWAP's on green right here. So if we break this green, that means we break VWAP, which means then I'll be happy. You know, I see the pressure heading down, but it, you know, just not going fast enough. And Theta's starting to eat away at this now, and I probably just need to stop thinking so hard. I really just need one little drop, man. Just give me a drop. That's the part that I hate. This is the part that I hate. Come on, man. Am I being greedy? I feel like I'm being greedy. I should just be happy because everything that I wanted to happen happened. I should just be happy with what I get. Okay. Okay, that's what we wanted. Right to VWAP. VWAP right on green. Easy money. There we go. Let's break it. Let's break it. There we go. Needed that little tiny break. That's all I wanted. Something to break. I need a big, nice, big red candle so I can chase it, and then the green candle stops me out. That's what I want. I'm being greedy. Chenko, it's not that I don't trust it, it's just that I don't trust me. Because I know, you know, I don't know. There we go. There we go. Below VWAP. All right, now we're at 32.21. Oh man, I survived second wave. I survived second wave. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. With the blacked out Lokes. There we go. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we just printed. I know one of y'all didn't trust me. I know someone didn't trust me. One of you didn't trust me. It's fine. You will one day. You will one day. Look at the money we just printed. Let's go. I want this nice strong red candle to push down probably to the bottom of the violence, or maybe on bottom of orange here, and then the green candle to stop me out, and then I'll be happy with that. Let's go. Jones trust me. Oh man, like I told y'all, if we break this, it's gonna be a nice strong candle. Here we go. Not that I know the future, because I'm just guessing here. I'm just guessing. Time to collect. Yes. Oh man, this was a good trade right here. I walked through it with everybody. We were together. Now you know the risks. Now you know what the reward could possibly be. Now you know what it takes. It doesn't mean it's always gonna work, but damn, I'm pretty good at this. You gotta trust me for a little bit. Pretty good at this. And if it goes past this, great. If not, I'm happy. This is what I wanted right here. All right, I'm gonna be a little bit greedy. I'm gonna break up these last couple contracts. Damn, I hate doing this. I feel like I need to work quick. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. All right. All right, I broke up the last set into 2. So I'm probably gonna collect something really soon. And then this one stopped me out of my first set, and then now we're just riding the second and third set. I'm gonna collect something soon off the bottom of this bigger lick right here, and then let's see if we see a big green candle to stop me out, and then I'll let the third set. You got some space so they can run for a little bit. Cruz wants 3160. Come on. A little bit more. A little bit more would be nice. Or am I being greedy? I might be being greedy. All right, look, I forgot all about this. Look at this right here. I'm just gonna drag it over. Watch. I'm just dragging it over. So all of these flexions right here mean a break, a retest, and a reject, right? Here's the break, retest, and reject right here on this flexion point. Now we gotta wait for this one now, right? Now we gotta wait. Look, remember this little wedge I drew? Look at this little wedge. Easy money. Easy money. Major level of support right here. Major level of support. We had a very good day. We had a very good day. Remember, this has been here since 10:05. This has been here since 10:05 or something like that. This has been here since this morning. We've had a very good day. Let's see what they want to do. A lot of support right here. So it may be violent right here. This may be the big green candle that takes me out for my second set. I still got that third set running though. Take your money, Cruz. Take your money. Don't be greedy. Or yeah, I'm not gonna tell you what to do. But yeah, we had a good idea of what was gonna happen, right? We had a very good idea very early on what was gonna happen. This is why I put this flexion point here a long time ago. For this reason, right here, right now. Didn't need any lines, no colors, no nothing. It's a random line in the middle of nowhere. But it's always been here all damn morning. It's been here. I'm going to tighten it up because this is where I think the big green candle is going to stop me out. I'm going to get a little bit tighter. I'll maybe survive one green candle. I'm not going to survive two on the third set of contracts. Second set, you're going to get taken out here shortly. Because I'm not going to survive the week cycle here. I already know it. Okay, now I got to see this third set, how far it's going to go. Late in the day, Theta's eating it up. I can't afford too much green. Damn, perfect bounce off of 31.20. Damn, if they move back inside violence, I'm gonna get out. I'm just gonna be happy with what I got. A lot of support right here. So we need to see if we're gonna break and retest it. Oh, now they want to get crazy. Now they want to get crazy. Come on now. This 31.20 is going to give some issues, huh? This 31.20 might give us some issues. I'm going to look at the one for right now. All in all, I think this is an excellent trade. This is a perfect trade. This is an absolutely perfect trade. If it was earlier in the day, then, I would definitely hold for this, but late in the day, I want to see what they do on 31.20. I'm going to stare at the 1 minute chart for a little bit. I like to see the legs close and starting another cycle here. 2 trades, perfect. That's what you need to be doing, Cruz. 2 trades, that's all we need to do. 2 trades for the whole day. That's what it should be. And honestly, we really only had but 2 trades. Oh, Harbor Freight. I love me some Harbor Freight, man. I love Harbor Freight. You can't go wrong. You just can't go wrong with Harbor Freight. Use the tool one time, even if it broke the neck. Oh, come on. Come on. I don't want to hold for the weak cycle here. I'll cut it if it gets above VWAP. All right, brother. Have a good one. Go enjoy your weekend, man. Yeah, we had a decent week. Well, we had a good week, right? We had a pretty good week. It's only going to get easier from here, brother. You'll see. It just gets easier. As time goes on, then you'll start seeing consistency. It only gets easier. If we get above VWAP, I'm going to cut this last contract and I'm going to call it a day. This liquidity right here is too strong. About to stop me out. Let me start making my adjustments. Okay, we'll see what happens.
Break on that beat, going crazy.
Oh man, I needed that. I needed that. They're about to stop me out. They're about to stop me out. Come on. I never survived this long, so proud of myself. I'm hoping they reject underneath VWAP. I need the rejection underneath VWAP. Maybe a third bite at the apple. If I get a third bite, I'm going to take that bite. Come on. They're not going to give it to me. They're not going to give me this last dump. I really just want to get out of the trade and go on with my life. I really just want to go on with my life. They're about to figure out my life right now. Oh, come on. What is this? You know, one half of me is like, damn, we still got 45 minutes. That's 45 minutes. I could, you know, we can get some movement here. But if it's going this way, I'm not willing to wait because the theta's just eating away at the contract now. I need to get movement to the downside. I like the rejection wicks, but it doesn't mean much. They're clearly using VWAP. 32.21 in VWAP. This little range right here. Ah, they figured out my life. Oh, come on. Okay. That was a trade. I think a pretty good trade. Pretty good trade all in all. Here's the big green candle I told myself I was going to get out on, and you know, everything happened. So we needed to get a break and retest underneath 31.62 for any more continuation. It might happen, you know, maybe a little further up the line here, but I think for today, I only took one trade. This was an absolutely perfect trade, right? From level to level. This is an absolutely perfect trade. Now, I did get stopped out here on my first set, second set over here, third set up here. So that was all the risk I was willing to take. I think we did pretty good. I think we did all right. Whew. Look, we did this one together. Even if we didn't, let's say I didn't type through the whole damn thing. It's still, the fact still remains. I don't need to say much because the price action will tell us what's happening. The price action is going to tell us what's most likely. Right? The price action is going to tell us our probabilities. We're all going off of probability because we don't know. Now, did I know the price was going to come back here early this morning? Maybe, but that was just a guess. And I get pretty lucky. I get lucky sometimes. But that was a good trade. My eyes are burning. I've been staring at I've been going in between a whole bunch of screens. My eyes are burning right now. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. We're going to see how it finishes out at the end of the day. We have to watch out that we don't get caught in the big lick, right? I'm going to erase this. I'll erase this. We already know this. Now we're worried about big lick here. So if we're in big lick, we got to wait for a break and retest underneath big lick. We already see it. We already knew from early this morning where the break and retest needed to be. All I've done was move this to the side. We haven't changed anything. So if we break thick orange and we retest and reject underneath 31.62, we're going to look for some puts. However, you know, we're up against the time. We're up against the clock now. But I'm happy with this trade. This is an excellent trade. This is a good, ideal trade. This is what we like. And it took an hour. How long did that take? $13.15. No, 13. What? $13.50. Damn. An hour and 15 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes. Damn, that was a long trade. Right? That's a long trade. But that's how long it takes, right? This is the name of the game. In an hour and 10 minutes, we did good work. We did good work. Hour and 10 minutes, that's probably somebody's weekly pay. Somebody who collects cans. That was their weekly pay right here. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. You know what the setups are, right? If there's any more put, we got to break and retest underneath this thick lick. There's nothing to do ahead of that. Absolutely perfect day today. Absolutely perfect. Couldn't ask for anything better. We don't want to get caught up in here, right? This is end of the day sideways chop that they could just catch us in. We're day trading. We went level to level. That's all we could do, and we accomplished the task. So give me one quick second. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. All right, I'm back. Let's see what we got. All right, this green's still holding up, right? This green is still holding up. A little bit of weakness coming in on 30-minute. Now we're still inside here, okay? So be patient. Or if you made money, call it a damn day. Call it a day. We gotta know when to hold them and when to fold them. I know some of you are still in here salivating, waiting for this break and salivating. But did you ask yourself the question, what happens if it does this? What happens if it does that? You know how long this is going to take? It's going to take a long time. To the end of the day. Which means we're just chopping inside here to the end of the day. This green's still holding up though right here. Now if they weak cycle inside this green, that'll be ideal for puts. Or, you know, you probably still got to be holding it, but if they weak cycle inside this green, that'll be ideal. I've been hunched over. I just realized my back is hurting because I've been hunched over for so damn long staring at this damn screen.
rage on that beat, going crazy.
What the heck just happened? What is this? One candle down to where? 716? Okay. Yeah, so if you're waiting for the break and retest underneath, damn near, that's impossible. That's impossible. But, okay, we need to let that digest for just a quick second, because damn. Because gosh, dang. Okay, YouTube, that's been my time. Here are the setups. We had a call out, a verbal call out right here for the calls. Another break of blue for more calls. And then we had a scalp scenario here and a put scenario right here. The other put scenario is right here. However, you tell me. You tell me. Oh, man. Okay, so if you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to the website livespytrading.com. So I will get you sorted out. I recommend you start on Monday. Start on or Sunday night, Monday, so you can get the full week. YouTube, it's been a pleasure. Have a good